Yo, what is up, friends, foes, and members of the Omni Council? My name is Daimien Kamiya and I'm the Omni King, and welcome back to some Genshin Impact. It's been a time. Last time we streamed this was whenever the last, story-related update existed, which was Navia. I'm curious about this one. So, I've said before, I was in love with Xianyun's design back at last Lantern Rite when her human form was first revealed. I thought she looked beautifully elegant. And so I did pull for her. I do have her. I got her in 5 pulls, 5, 10, 50 pulls, I should say. Did not get Gaming. I want Gaming, but I can get him for free through the Lantern Rite, so I'm just holding off on that. She has caused me to kind of flip around some of my teams a little bit, because she's a healer. She actually has a very unique niche as a healer, though, that she can team heal off field. A lot of characters, Seiyu, Jean, Barbara, they have burst heal. Basically, you hit the button and it heals the team. But characters like Jean and Seiyu, they have an AoE that stays behind that heals, but that only ever usually heals the active character. Not any of the backups. Or if you want to heal, you need to keep a certain character on the field. Like Seiyu can heal the team through swirls, but she has to be on the field. Barbara can heal the team, but when her skill's active, but she has to be the one attacking, right? That kind of thing. So, yeah, so I put her on the team. Let me, you know what? Let's just switch over to the game here and I can show you rather than explaining. All right. So here we are. So some of the teams, so this team obviously didn't change. The Niverlet team changed. I actually kicked Zhongli off not too long, but I put him back. Xianyun was on this team at 1.2. If you remember, Yoimiya was here. It was Diona that was originally here. But Seiyu's here now as the healer, as well as a counter DPS or sub DPS depending on what's needed. Beidou's here. She can be somewhat DPS and Niverlet. Also, her burst can buff Niverlet. I also ended up giving her the sword here, because she benefits well from attack and energy recharge. Navia doesn't benefit so much from energy recharge, so Navia just ends up having the this sword now, which is fine. It didn't actually affect her attack that much. It just cut her energy recharge, but like I said, energy recharge isn't a huge concern for Navia as much. Beidou really needs energy recharge, but also needs attack. So that's almost like the perfect sword for Beidou. This team, I ended up putting her on this team because of her team, her full team passive off-field heal. I figured it can work to counter Farina a little bit. So from this point forward, these two will stay on a team together until the foreseeable future. I don't know how long that will be, and it may not stay with these two. This could all change around more. That team didn't change. This is a true tried and true team to me. This team, yeah, a lot of these got shuffled around. I think this just ended up going back to what it was. Not gonna lie. This is my new team. So I discovered that in my research that Candace, who I never really used, actually has an off-field effect if you have C6, which I have. Now I know she also has like an infusion effect, and this team actually makes great use of that. If I use Candace's burst and Yao Yao's burst, Yao Yao is my DPS. And if I use the Traveler's Burst, I can actually have a Yao Yao Hyper Bloom. And then Yoimiya is the primary, the non-burst DPS, as well as her burst can actually triggers some additional effects here. Such as, like, you know, it can pair well because whatever enemy is tagged by her burst is under permanent burn. So, you know, I can do stuff with that. And then Damien's also a battery too, which is useful with Candace and Yao Yao. So I can use Yao Yao's burst more. If it doesn't work out, if it's as unnecessary, I can switch Dendro Traveler, or I can switch Electro Traveler and Beidou, because their bursts basically serve the same purpose. For the build that I want. Like, what's the burst duration? Like, this one, it doesn't have a time. I'd like to keep Beidou here though, because of the interrupt and damage reduction that she can provide Nervalette, because it can be really annoying when you get knocked out of your charge attack. But yeah, I use this just a little bit, and it's actually really, really fun. This team didn't change outside of just Navia's weapon. This team is the D-Luke is just taking the slot of Gaming. He's gonna go in this team. He's just literally gonna take all the equipment D-Luke has, which is why D-Luke is serving the slot. You know, oh, I just realized that I put Layla here because I wanted her here, and then I realized that I have 2 cryos on the team. This actually changed, but then it ended up changing back. This right now is just a travel team, an exploration team. You know, Seiyu travels fast, Wanderer flies, Kirara can go up walls, and Farina's skill allows her to walk on water. This can also change with Risley depending on the situation at hand, as Farina is better for short bursts of walking on water, but or moments where you need to walk on water but have mobility, like jumping. Risley is better for like long duration stuff. Yeah, I just realized. Do I have another healer that I can replace you with that isn't going to be on this team already? I guess Jean. Technically, like, I say Jean, but I also know that I completely stole all of Jean's equipment for, you know, for Yunjin. Or Xianyun, sorry. Not Yunjin. You know, I wouldn't mind. I really hope. I'd actually consider pulling for her on the next banner if, the next Geo character, the Seamstress, is if she's a healer. Like, a full-fledged Geo healer. There is no actual Geo healer in the game. You have Noelle, who's a tank, DPS tank healer. And you have Goro, who can heal if you have at least 2 Geos in your team, including himself, of course. It's either that or I have to remove Layla from the team, which I really didn't want to do. I really want to use Layla. The problem is just that Layla, because of her short cooldowns on her skill and burst, it requires her to be like frequently you can't put her on a team with a character that has to lock into something, because you have to swap to her a lot to keep using the effects. Hmm. Yeah, like my more primary option. Yeah, I have Ayato still too.
Very well. I shall put my official duties to one side for the moment. I might have an option here. HP and defense. Fuck you. Because I'm currently running this sword. This one probably works. Hope I have enough of the next tier of mat. I do not. Ooh, I can go farm it quickly. I'd like to get it to 60 before we push the story. Intense humidity will increase your cooldown.
I see everything. Stand with me.
Oh my god, that's such a delay.
Stop right there. Dissipate. Everyone hold hands.
And I'm gonna have to run this a few times. By the way, yeah, I started grinding for materials since yesterday. Like, I stayed up till probably like midnight last night grinding for mats, and like to get Xianyun up. Because I mentioned yesterday that, you know, that was the first day since she was out that allowed me to get the mats I needed to level up. And then I started leveling up other people. Like Candace and Layla are now level 60, which they weren't before. And then doing that, I had to level up their talents. Oh, and I changed Shinobu's weapon to the sting from the that parasol thing. While researching stuff, I realized I noticed a line that I was missing in that one, where I thought it said like 32% damage, but it only affects one target, which I think I knew. The other was that it's only matters when Shinobu's on the field, and Shinobu isn't an on-fielder. Shinobu is 100% off-fielder. So the effects of the weapon weren't really mattering, and the sting matches everything else about the weapon, and its effect can work off-field. That should be good enough. Yeah, I really want to use Layla, but the problem is the teams she ends up being good on generally have cryos on them, and like, I'm not against the freeze team. I have one, but I just don't want, like, I don't want her on the teams that she would be, and she would end up getting put on. Anyways, where is he? Ayato. We're going to speed this up a little. Yeah, I gotta... So the reason the stream got delayed was because I had another cavity filling today, and if the bite was off on the last one, oh my god, is the bite off on this one. Thankfully, I managed to notice it soon enough that I was able to send a text to my dental office, and they got me in for an adjustment tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., which is great because the alternative was Monday, and I cannot go the weekend with this bite. Not even factoring in the fact that, you know, I work Monday. Yeah, I did all my dailies. So we're gonna change up. I want to use the Candace team. I know it has a similar appeal to the Tainari team, but I used this for a little bit, and I really enjoyed it. And with Electro Traveler, like, it allows you to burst a lot more. All right, so here we go. Story time. Oh, I wanted to check something quickly before. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I put him on. On top of that, his burst can allow for these two to stack effects too, right? So and Mika has an attack speed bonus, which would really help Ayato with his Hydro Infusion skill.
Here we are, right outside her place. Do you still remember the first time we came here? We even brought offerings and everything. And when we told her that Rex Lapis had been assassinated, she immediately threatened to squash Liyue Harbor.
This seems like a really weird setup to go visit Cloud Rotator, because Cloud Rotator's never been someone we just came to visit.
Not like that at all. We probably don't need to bring any offerings now that we've gotten to know her pretty well, right? Still, Paimon's got some snacks around here somewhere, so if she really wants something, we can just use that. Huh? Traveler, did something catch your eye?
I don't think I've seen her, but wow, it's...
Whoa, what a pretty lady. Is she also here to visit Cloud Retainer?
It's like she could also be a powerful
Yeah,
Adeptus.
you're right. All it takes is one look and you can tell she's someone special. As expected of that bird lady, really. She must have a whole bunch of Adepti friends from all over the country. Okay, but if we're
I
both
did explore
friends
the-
with Cloud Retainer, then we're basically friends by association, right? Want to go up to her and say hello?
I knew you were the social butterfly, Paimon. I'll leave the instructions to you. I should mention, I walked into the new area and it teleported me somewhere, and I guess I met a new Adepti that wasn't voiced. So, yay, I got the dialogue. Skip that.
Helping you make more connections is a part of Paimon's job as your reliable guide. Paimon's got this. Hello.
This is so,
Paimon doesn't
taking the
make
headphones
believe
off, 'cause
that,
this
but
is kinda
we're
awkward
also
to me.
Friends of Cloud Retainer. May we have the pleasure of learning your name, Madam Adeptus?
You two... What is this tomfoolery? Has a shift in form so clouded your eyes that you no longer recognize one anymore?
Wait,
Cloud.
huh? You're the illuminated bird? But you look human. How did that happen?
Oh, donning human form is scarcely any test of one's abilities. As for your confusion, one merely had no reason to indulge such inclinations before.
So, you're indulging now because?
Well, one has made plans to pay a visit to some disciples at Liyue Harbor. Taking on a human form for such a trip is simply a way to make matters less conspicuous.
You? Worrying about keeping a low profile? You're the one who likes to pop up out of nowhere all over the place. In fact, Paimon can think of several examples. Like last year, when you suddenly appeared on the top of a roof without any warning. Or...
Yeah. Yeah, this one, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Now I completely forget. Yeah, maybe it'll come back to me.
Hey, didn't we agree not to bring that up unless she asked?
Oh? So you have taken care to follow the proper rules of etiquette after all.
Oh yeah,
Most
that's, I know what I was
commendable.
gonna say. So,
Well, this is all Paimon's got. You don't mind, right?
One One has never found oneself lacking in basic comforts. On the contrary, it is the gesture that one values above all else. So long as you've shown proper respect and consideration, the quantity or quality of the gift is but a trivial matter.
That kinda makes Paimon feel a little guilty for trying to keep them for herself. Anyway, where were we before you reminded Paimon about the gifts?
I also bought Shenha's new outfit. Anyways, what I was gonna say was, so I feel like I'm gonna state this from the beginning. I would say since the release of the game, Cloud Retainer is the first character to debut early that players didn't think potentially could be playable. And I have to phrase it like that because you have a character like Baiju, who was revealed early, but not playable until many, many years later. But Baiju we knew was going to be playable because A, he had a unique character model, not your generic townsman, and he had a vision. We knew he was going to be playable at some point. But Cloud Retainer only ever appeared in bird form, so the idea that she would be playable probably never crossed anyone's minds. It makes me wonder too, and when I say this, I mean all 4 different voice actors for Cloud Retainer. I wonder if any of them had this expectation that she would ever be playable, right? I mean, like, and I'm talking about the Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and English VAs. If they thought when they signed up for this role, if they knew at any point she was going to be playable, or if this was more of a surprise.
Right. So by disciples, you must mean Ganyu and Shenhe. It's also been a while since we last saw them. Maybe we can come too.
One planned to extend the invitation even if you had not raised the matter yourself. Shenhe and Ganyu should be quite pleased to see you again. However, one would first inquire as to the reason behind your visit here. You have cause to seek one's company?
No particular reason.
Yeah, we just found ourselves missing you and wanted to see
This
how
seems
you were
like
doing.
so odd
Hoping you'd tell
to
us some of
say
your
for
stories.
the Cloud
We knew
Retainer
we
of
were
all
in your human
people.
form while we were at it.
Is that so? If there are no urgent matters at hand, then let us make haste for
Like,
Liyue Harbor.
when have we
Ganyu
been
is likely
this
still working
buddy
at Liyue
buddy with,
Pavilion, so
like,
that shall be our first stop.
like,
Sounds great. Then let's all go to Liyue Harbor.
like, because I'm just saying, like, at no point in time, I actually want to switch to the Xianyun team.
Ganyu has been quite busy with work as of late. One can count on one talon the number of times she returns to Mount Outsong each year. Shenhe has also secured employment recently. In her correspondence with me, she wrote that she shall have no need to return for the foreseeable future. Did they think one was so easily mollified? One shall investigate everything with one's own eyes and decide for oneself if their living conditions are satisfactory.
But yeah, like, Cloud Retainer to me has always been the side character to the actual visit. Like, you now, I say this, like, we normally visited Cloud Retainer when we needed an adeptized perspective, not specifically ever Cloud Retainer, just an adeptized perspective, or if we're going to see Xianyun or Shenhe or Ganyu, and they just so happen to be where Cloud Retainer is. Like, I can't really think of a moment where we just decided to visit Cloud Retainer. So that's why this feels a little bit, like, kind of cringy to me. Alright, I'm going to take a small detour and stop here to heal up the team.
High Pavilion. Hey, do you think Ganyu will be shocked to see Cloud Retainer like this? Guess we have no idea if Shenhe and Ganyu have ever seen her in this form before. Wait, where did she go? Why are you just standing there, Cloud Retainer?
Quietly now. One shall stay here. You two can go and meet with her.
But why? Isn't it better if we all go together?
If one were to proudly proclaim one's presence, Ganyu would surely profess herself otherwise unoccupied and drop everything to attend to one's visit. One fears that would only result in her staying up all night to make up for lost time. One does not wish to trouble her. Conversing vicariously via you two shall suffice. Do remember to inquire as to her recent well-being. Again, do not mention one's presence here.
Fair enough. Makes sense. Alright then, we'll just pass on your regards and...
Oh, someone's coming.
Cloud Retainer?
Oh, there you go.
Oh!
Busted.
Is that lady someone you know, Ms. Ganyu?
She is indeed. I'm sorry, Huixin, but could we delay the upcoming meeting for a little bit? I believe my schedule today is quite full. Although, perhaps I could move some work to later in the evening.
Oh, not to worry, Ms. Ganyu. I'll make the necessary arrangements right away.
Thank you, Huixin.
Busted.
It's been a while, Ganyu.
Greetings. What brings you here today? And Cloud Retainer, too. It's been quite some time since I last saw you in this form.
You are quite mistaken. I was not acquainted with this Cloud Retainer of whom you speak. One is
What
simply a mere mortal passerby.
Huh?
Seems she's not buying it.
That was a simple test. One did not expect you to be able to recognize one so easily, especially after so many years of only seeing one's other form.
She's thinking, why wouldn't I recognize you? I used to see you every day. How bad do you think my memory is?
But recognizing you is, my responsibility as your disciple.
An apt observation. One was simply passing by while attending to some important business. One thought it would only be fitting to pay you a visit while in the area.
Wait, Paimon wasn't aware of any important... Cloud Retainer's right! We've still got something super important to do, so we can't stay here for too long today.
Oh, is that so? But it's been so long since we last saw each other.
One simply desired to see you and had no intention of interrupting your work. A quick conversation should suffice for today. A more involved reunion should wait until you find yourself less occupied.
I understand. That should be fine.
While one acknowledges the amount of work that you have to deal with every day, one must also remind you to rest. Though Adepti blood flows through your veins, excessive exhaustion will still cause grave harm to your body. It still makes one nostalgic to see you as you are now, respected and independent. When you were young, you oft begged one to cuddle you to sleep when you suffered from nightmares.
Cloud Retainer! Stop!
If you insist. We are running short on time regardless, so one will refrain from going into each and every story. Why don't you continue your conversation? One shall simply stand by and listen.
Wow, you've been to so many new places since the last time we spoke. If you ever need anything, please just come find me at Yue High Pavilion. Also, forgive me for my presumptuousness, Cloud Retainer, but if you plan to continue appearing in this form, don't you think it'd be helpful to adopt a human name?
A human name? You raise a valid point. Considering the sheer extent of one's renown, Cloud Retainer is surely too recognizable as a name.
You really think so? Not that you're not.
It is just like foot and mouth, the
You
story.
presume to know the extent of one's illustrious achievements. One would hardly think such a thing to be possible. Nevertheless, Ganyu's advice cannot be ignored. From this point on, when in public occasions, be sure to refer to one as Xianyun.
Xianyun?
Ah, I assume that's a reference to the full record of Pristine Pavilion. An adeptus of years past would rise with the clouds and rest with the moon. They were enlightened and wise, free and unfettered. The writer referenced Master's name to describe her carefree and spontaneous nature.
Oh, that sounds super cool! Paimon feels like only the most powerful of Adepti could rise with the clouds and rest with the moon.
Actually, those lines were originally written to describe Cloud Retainer herself.
Huh? Wait, so you're really that powerful?
And what of it? Did you truly take one to be nothing more than a bird of bigger than average size?
Not
Looked away in
exactly.
embarrassment. That's totally what Paimon had
To
in
be
mind.
fair, Cloud Retainer rarely speaks of her past accomplishments. The tales of her past can only be found in ancient texts. It is said that once, a long, long time ago, there was a severe drought in Liyue. Left with no choice, many people left their homes, while others spent day and night praying to the Adepti. Although I did not live through such tragedy, simply reading about it is enough to gain a visceral understanding of all the pain and desperation during that time. On top of the drought, a noxious gas also began to spread through the land. If not for Cloud Retainer's efforts, much of Liyue would be nothing more than a barren wasteland today. The books had this to say about what happened. Upon arrival, the Adeptus borrowed the wind to retain the clouds. Immediately, the clouds gathered together, and abundant rain burst forth from the heavens. Drought and plague were both driven away, and the people were saved.
Wow. That's incredible!
Mortal records add embellishments to dramatize past events. One did merely with one ought, and even if one had not interceded, the other Adepti would surely have stepped in to help.
Even so, you stopped an entire drought! Can you really control the weather like the book said? Oh, Paimon suddenly has a lot more respect for you. So it was Paimon's bad for calling you Luminous. Too mad, are you?
How laughable. A name is but a simple label we carry with us on our journey through the world. Why would one be offended by such a trivial matter?
That's a relief. In that case, Paimon will continue to call you whatever feels right in the moment.
Well, that is quite enough ancient history for now. Ganyu, have you had word from Shenhe? One has heard that she procured a job recently. Have you any thoughts on her workplace? And what, pray tell, of her monthly remuneration? Moreover, does she find herself overly inundated with work? Is she allowed time off during Lantern Rite?
That is a lot of questions.
There is no cause for concern, Cloud Retainer. I introduced Shenhe to her employer personally. Wanmin Restaurant's business has been booming recently. So with Chef Mao being swamped with customers, and Shangling still off and out in search of new recipes, I introduced Shenhe to staff the restaurant.
I see. Most excellent indeed. One has had the pleasure of being introduced to that family. Shangling is kind and astute, while her father is loyal and reliable. One has no cause to believe that they will make Shenhe's work difficult. Now, it is almost time to partake in the victuals of noon. One shall visit Wanmin Restaurant in person and see how Shenhe is doing.
Huh? But didn't you just say that?
Can that wait until after we've eaten?
You may return to your work, Xianyun. One shall see to this matter on one's own. There will be many an occasion to dine together in the future. One is certain the opportunity shall present itself most readily.
Of course, Cloud Retainer. Please take care. Traveler, Paimon, I'll see you some other time.
See you around, Ganyu! Paimon was pretty quick on the uptake there, don't you think? As soon as you mentioned important business to attend to, Paimon realized that you were just looking to cut the conversation short and not take too much of Ganyu's time. Is Paimon right?
No, in fact, it was not an excuse. One is indeed visiting Liyue Harbor for an important purpose.
Wait, for real?
The moment is not yet upon us.
I wonder if
Still,
Zhongli's
the
gonna
truth
appear in
will
this.
be revealed to you in time.
Huh. She really seems to be playing up the whole mysterious Adeptus thing right now.
By the way, here's the new area. It's all classified as Liyue, even though it goes right up to Fontaine, which is kind of cool. The reason why I want to do the world quest is to unlock this area here, which I presume is unlocked by the world quest. This waypoint is like the whole place is grayed out. I'm sure you could probably enter it from like here and stuff, but they give you this one, and if you teleport in, it starts the world quest. And I did that just so I could gain access to this. I imagine this area is probably going to be Sumeru, because a lot of this is like still connected to land.
You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, how can I not? Not even fine food is enough to distract from the presence of a fine lady, huh?
Oh, I'm far more interested in getting her details than ordering any dishes. Hey, how about you ask her?
You do it.
No. I think you should. Wait, she's coming.
What can I get for you today?
Greetings, miss. I was just wondering if you'd be willing to...
What would you like to order?
She's a bit too forceful.
2 servings of more meat to go. Good chat. Bye.
A bit too intimidating still. Putting a non-people person in
Welcome.
in
It's been a
customer
while.
service.
May I take your order?
Don't welcome us as guests and greet us as old friends in the same line. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and this is?
This is Miss Xianyun.
Master?
Right off the bat.
One does not recall ever revealing this form to you before. How were you able to ascertain one's true identity with such ease?
I've trained and lived with Master for more than 10 years. I would recognize you no matter what form you take.
You...
Is something the matter, Master?
Hardly. Hardly. One simply learned of your employment from your letter and came to check on your well-being.
And check out the great food, too.
Indeed. It's almost lunchtime. My apologies. I'm still on the clock and can't talk for very long.
Well, if it isn't the Traveler and Paimon, are you here for Shenhe? The lunch rush isn't in yet, Shenhe. So I've got things covered for now. Go ahead, sit down and enjoy some time with your friends. I'll let you know if things pick up.
Thank you, Chef Mao.
It is just as one expected. The owner of Wanmin Restaurant is indeed a most reasonable and accommodating human. Still, the work here entails dealing with quite a varied group of people. Has this been difficult for you, Shenhe?
It's been manageable so far. I sometimes run into strange people, but I have figured out a way to deal with them.
Seems like you've been making progress. So by dealing with them, you mean...
First, I try to talk sense into them. If that doesn't work, I threaten them with violence. At this point, they usually decide they are in favor of a civil conversation.
Oh,
Oh, a sensible plan. One is gladdened to see you integrate so well into human society.
And you, Master? How have you been?
Simply marvelous. Though Mount Outsong has scarcely enjoyed your presence recently, one has hardly found the pleasure of one's own company to be lacking.
I see. Just as expected of Master.
Needs to say is she actually missed the two of
I
you a
have
lot.
missed Master quite a bit too. Even though work has been busy lately, I've already had a conversation with Chef Mao about taking some time off soon to visit Master.
Oh, you did? Do make note of such matters in your letters in the future. There's hardly a need to keep one in suspense.
her mood shot up just like that.
By the way, Master, since you are in Liyue Harbor, have you had the chance to visit Ganyu?
Indeed. She is similarly preoccupied with her work. There was time only to exchange a few simple pleasantries.
Ganyu told us the story of Cloud Retainer's name. It was amazing. We never knew how powerful she was before.
I see. In that case, allow me to also share a story about Master's past.
Oh?
Is that a problem, Master? I believe this to be a good topic of conversation.
No, not a problem. One was simply caught off guard. But no matter.
Is this going to be an
Please
embarrassing
proceed.
story?
One is most curious to see how much of one's own conversational prowess you possess.
Master once participated in a race against Mooncarver. After Mooncarver lost, he insisted that Master's ability to fly gave her a natural edge in such a contest. In response, Master agreed to forego flying in return for being able to use one of her devices in the race. Mooncarver accepted, only to find Master with a brand new device on the day of the contest.
Huh. What kind of device was it?
Like a car?
It was a mechanical vehicle made out of iron. What was it called again? Oh, an electro-powered bicycle?
Oh, you refer to the bicyclical Thunder Flashmobile. One spent 49 days conceptualizing and crafting it. It need only be infused with adeptal energy, and it can cover thousands of miles in one day. Oh, it boggles the mind why Mooncarver ever supposed he might best me in a contest of locomotion. Though he sprinted with all his might, he could barely keep up. Alas, the one flaw of my mechanism lay in its weakness against mountainous terrain. One was thwarted mere seconds from victory, when it was thrown off course and failed to make it across the final stretch. Truly a most unfortunate turn of events. Anyway, do go on, Shenhe.
Master, that was the end of that story.
Is that so? Huh. With you gone, one has seldom felt the desire to call upon those old fossils for another contest. What is a race without spectators, after all?
Have you been lonely, Master?
Lonely? Huh. At one's age, entire human generations come and go in the blink of an eye. Even one's own self-directed musings can span several days and nights. 'Tis a most foreign sentiment. The mere mention of it is preposterous.
Mm-hmm.
What is the reason for that look upon your face?
It's nothing. It's just... Well, Paimon gained a lot of respect for you after listening to that story of you summoning the rain and everything. But all it took was a few words out of your mouth, and it's like you're back to being that illuminated bird again. I'm just a little bit confused. Which one of the two is the real cloud retainer?
To me, they are both, Master. One is the master that's widely revered by the people, while the other is the master that I respect and adore.
Huh. One finds oneself exalted yet again with sweet words of praise and flattery of a most extravagant nature. You chose to exalt one with your words, yet you refuse to grace Mount Outsong with your presence for any extended period of time. One would almost question the sincerity of your estimations. This is not to say that your words paint an inaccurate picture. One has always lived by a single ideal. Eschew all action and abide by no rule. One does as one pleases and speaks as one pleases. Others may critique or praise as they see fit, yet one places little weight in such judgments.
She got like, what, 2 sentences of flattery from her disciple? And it's as if her ego was about to burst.
Do you have any empty tables?
Hey there, could we get another fish stew?
I'm hearing more guests come in. I should get back to work.
Alright, good luck with the lunchtime rush, Shenhe.
I'll try my best.
I did not expect her to be a waitress.
So much yummy food! Paimon's gonna feast!
Is the food to your
One is
taste?
fond of all kinds of delicacies and delights in a multitude of flavors. The dishes
I
here
do hope
demonstrate
Zhongli
no
and
shortage
Madame
of
Ping are in
culinary
this.
skill. Their unique flavor profile has left one more than satisfied. In fact, one has been struck by quite the fit of inspiration.
Be really cool if
One
Zhao
has
would
already
be in it,
begun
but I
to
don't think Zhao's gonna be
conceptualize
in
the
it.
next generation of supreme cuisine machines.
Everything's so tasty! A bit too hot at times, but still super tasty.
I'm sorry, miss, but our tables are full.
Shall we try somewhere else, Granny?
But it smells so delightful. Can we really not?
Well, you could always check with some of the other guests and see if anyone's happy to share a table.
Okay, I'll ask around. Excuse me. Would you mind letting us share a table with you? There are no empty tables left, so... Ah, well, Paimon doesn't mind. What about you guys?
As long as you don't mind our chatter.
Thanks so much. My name is Xianyun, and this is my granny, you and I. Granny? Yep. Is there something wrong with that?
Yeah, like I'm asking the same question. What? Why?
No, Paimon's just a bit surprised. She looks so young. Yeah, a lot of people compliment Granny on her youthful looks, but she's actually much older than she appears.
Recognizes her.
Granny? Why don't you take a seat? Come on, it's not polite to stare.
Huh. Have we met before?
No.
'Tis a fated meeting, then. Please, take a seat.
What would you like to eat, Granny? I can order for you.
I want braised earthworms. They always pop up out of the ground
What the hell?
in a rainstorm.
No, not this again. Granny, there's no braised earthworms on the menu. Braised earthworms? Well, that sounds weird. Do people... Right, that's what Paimon was thinking too. Need any help? Help? Oh, do you mean with Granny? Thanks, that's nice of you to offer. Granny has pretty bad dementia, so her memory's getting worse all the time. She's always saying things that sound kinda confusing.
Actually, her memory's been bad ever since I was little. But it's gotten so bad lately that I even have to remind her who I am every morning.
Oh, your parents.
They died young. It's just me and Granny now. Oh, but it's okay. Don't feel bad. Granny loves me a lot, and I love her a lot too. Sure, it's hard at times, but you just gotta make the best of the life you've got.
Wow, you're really tough for your age, kid.
You're too kind.
And me? Oh, what about me?
You're tough too, Granny. Plus, you're really gentle, and you're always there for me.
Yes, and it's hardly as if I forget everything. I still remember the important things. Wait, what was that really important thing again? Ah, I remember now. It was a dream. I had a dream where everything was dark. Someone was standing in front of me. She told me to come and find her, and that once I'd found her, I would be free.
Huh? That sounds super important. But how come you've never told me about it before?
It was just a dream, so I forgot about it. But I'm in a good mood now, and somehow I remembered it again. Ah, you know, I believe I've had this dream a great many...
Wait, so you have
Whoops.
a reoccurring dream where someone's talking to you? That sounds spooky. Oh, does that mean you're possessed?
Unlikely.
Are you sure?
Who do you take me for? Is one not an adept?
Right? I accidentally hit a
Am I
button.
not an expert?
You're right. Paimon almost forgot you're the expert. In that case, do you still remember what the person in your dreams looked like, Granny?
Not anymore. Although, I have a sense that she looked rather like me.
Oh.
A younger version of Granny?
I keep hitting various buttons on my keyboard and mouse, and it's fast forwarding the dialogue.
As one said, fate must have brought us together. You may leave this situation to me.
Are you sure? So, what are your names?
Paimon's Paimon.
Just Xianyun is fine.
Thank you all so much for offering to help. But first, I'm sorry for asking, but, how do you want us to pay you back?
Oh, we don't need any payment for this.
Just curious about your situation. Want to help? We can.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. But Miss Xianyun, what exactly can we do to help out this Granny? All we have to go off is that dream. Where do we start?
That is elementary. Since her dreams portray her younger self, then we shall retrace the steps of her youth. Once we have revisited those places, her memories will likely return.
Sounds like a plan. So, Granny, do you remember which places you went to when you were young?
Why, of course I do. The heavens above, the earth below, the wispy clouds, and the emerald mountain streams.
Okay, taking that as a no.
I might have an idea. Once, when I was really little, my dad told me that Granny used to be a martial artist heroine who saved loads of people from a disaster. If it's true, then maybe they wrote about it in the history books or something.
A martial arts heroine? Oh, Shinto knows tons about Liyue's chivalric traditions. If anyone knows about the heroes of the past, it's him. Let's go find him at the Feiyun Commerce Guild.
Are you leaving already? But I'm still hungry.
I'll go order some food, Granny. If there's nothing on the menu you especially want, I'll just get a few different things.
It seems we must part ways for now. The
Did we
traveler
finish our
Paimon
food, or
unbound for the
should we
fate
not
of
offer
Karma's
it to them?
field, while you and I and Xianyun shall remain here and partake of their lunch. As for myself, I have matters to discuss with Streetward Rambler.
Streetward Rambler? Oh, you mean Madam Ping!
Precisely. Let us meet at Yujing Terrace once you are ready.
Alright, let's go see Incho. Of course he has a book in his hand.
Huh. It's you two. What brings you here?
Shincho! Great, we found you! We wanted to ask you about something.
That's not a whole lot of information to go off of. I don't know if I can say for sure.
Anything is helpful and
Can't
appreciated.
pinpoint her identity from your description alone. But considering her age, I am reminded of a nameless heroine who's been featured in various chivalric novels.
Nameless heroine?
That's right. The novels often speak of a great drought from 50 years ago. As the people suffered, a nameless heroine appeared and began to clear away evil spirits and bandit camps. The people idolized her, but never learned her name. All they knew was that she always acted alone. Later, though, she supposedly fell in love with a similarly noble-minded exorcist from Mount Tianheng. They were well matched in more ways than one, often fighting together as a fearsome duo of otherworldly strength. After the drought ended, the heroine and the exorcist left the public eye and began living a reclusive life in the mountains. All that remained were tales of her incredible accomplishments. The way this nameless heroine faded from fame into obscurity later in life is not too dissimilar from Miss Yu and I hope that's somewhat helpful.
Thanks a lot, Shincho. We knew it'd be worth talking to you.
It's nothing at all. Just something I came across while reading. I did do a bit of extra research on her story, but it was just out of personal curiosity.
Well, Paimon still thinks that's super cool. Oh, wait, Shincho, if you've read up on her, do you know of any places often associated with her?
Let me think. In the novels, the nameless heroine always appeared near one of 3 places. Wangshu Inn, the area just north of Jueyun Karst, and Qingyun Peak. Perhaps the real-life heroine who inspired the character was also often seen near those 3 places. That would explain why those locations appear in the various novels written about her.
Thanks so much, Shincho.
You're welcome. To be honest, I found some parts of the story confusing when I first came across it. If Miss Yu and I was indeed the original inspiration for the character, she may just be able to help me put the pieces together. It's rare for a chivalric hero to fade into obscurity during their lifetime, even after retiring from the public eye. But no one ever saw or heard from the nameless heroine again. There were even rumors that she became extremely ill. I've never understood why someone would go to such lengths to erase themselves from public memory. It's almost as if she was trying to hide from something. There's probably far more to the story than what's been written.
We'll be sure to tell you if we manage to uncover the truth.
That's a deal. Perhaps, behind the truth of it all, there lies a story more fantastical than any work of fiction.
Paimon feels like we just learned so much from Shincho. A drought, a nameless heroine, a life of seclusion. Wait, why does the story sound super familiar? Oh, right! There's a drought in this story, too! Shincho, are droughts super common in Liyue or something?
Well, they used to be. But people have long since developed methods to prevent them, like by cultivating the soil or digging canals. So while droughts do happen from time to time, they are rarely regarded as true disasters. The drought 50 years ago is probably one of the worst we've had in the last several centuries. The crops withered, the streams ran dry, and the monsters in the mountains became rabid and agitated. Countless caravans were attacked, and people who lost their homes came together to form bandit groups. What started as a natural disaster soon became a human tragedy as well.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, and that's exactly why the nameless heroine was so beloved. She must have been someone of true integrity to do so much for the people while asking nothing in return. Still, as terrible as that drought was, it was nothing compared to the truly calamitous disasters that befell this land in ancient times. They say that back in those days, disasters were both more severe and more common. Only the strongest of Adepti could hope to dispel the ruin and devastation. Do you have any other questions?
Nope.
We're good for now. We're just going to head back and meet up with Miss Xianyun and the others again. Paimon hopes that Granny Yuendai will be able to remember more of her past. She used to be a great hero who saved many people. So sad that she can't recall any of it. Anyway, we'll be off now. See you some other time, Xingqiu. Thank you so much for your help.
It's no problem at all. Safe travels.
I can't wait to see my adorable daughter again.
I'm just looking something up here.
I can't wait to see my adorable daughter again.
If you are presently unoccupied, perhaps we could stop a while at one's abode for some repose and conversation.
I can't wait to see my adorable daughter.
So I'm glad Madame Ping's showing up. I do hope we see Zhongli at some point. Because this is probably the first time he'd see her in this form after years. I'd just like to hear him comment on it. Even if he just shows up at the tail end.
I have recorded the tune that you requested. I hope it will be of help to you.
Oh, thank you. Straight word, Ping. What has amused you so?
Oh, it's no serious matter. I was just reminiscing about the last time I saw you in this form. Time has wrought such change in this world, and yet you appear just the same as ever.
Time has little bearing on one's existence, nor has one keenly felt its effects whilst dwelling at Mount Outsong. Nevertheless, Ping, one would like to seek your counsel on a personal matter.
Oh, why so formal all of a sudden? I must say, you're making me a little nervous. What is it?
Well, the inquiry is as such. Approximately how much more would one need to afford a comfortable life in the harbor, not unlike the one that you yourself lead?
It does not require as much as you may think. Still, do you mean that...
Cloud Retainer, Madam Ping! What are you two talking about?
Nothing save for some trivial matters. Have you unearthed any useful details?
Xingqiu has a theory, but let's save it for when Chuyu and Miss Yuendai have joined up with us again.
be troubled, young lady. Here, have some tea.
Thank you so much. What do you think, Shuyu? Does it match up with what you know of your granny? According to the story, the nameless heroine eventually fell in love with an exorcist from Mount Tianheng. Maybe that's my grandpa. I don't have many memories of him, but there was this one time I found a box in our attic full of a bunch of weird sigils.
If the stories were right on track, we should probably pay a visit to the places mentioned in the book.
Too. Granny might remember something once she's returned to a familiar place.
What marvelous tea. I can taste the dew's sweetness in this cup. It's as if I was taking a stroll in the mountains, thoroughly one with nature and at peace.
Is that so? Then please drink as much as you like. There's no need to hurry. At our age, it's always nice to slow down and take the time to appreciate pleasant conversation among friends.
Thank you.
Okay, since we have the time, can I ask you something? Sure thing. What would you like to know? I have a secret I want to tell you. Let's go talk over there.
This is a peaceful neighborhood.
I was half paying attention to that because I was
What's wrong?
I was looking something up on my laptop while I was.
Well, I've been kind of meaning to ask ever since we started talking in the restaurant, but are you guys all adepti in disguise? Oh, how about that?
Why do you say that?
Well, you guys just seem super special. Plus, I think I might have heard Miss Xianyun call herself an adeptus. Oh, must have been a slip of the tongue. Xianyun, since you were the one who, misspoke, maybe you can explain to Shuyu here what you really meant by that.
One is indeed an adeptus. Is that of some concern to you?
I knew it.
You sound all
Well,
that surprised.
One time when I was a little kid, I saw a pure white illuminated crane. I had this super high fever, and Granny wasn't around. I was feeling all icky and gross. But then this snowy white crane flew down from the sky. She put me on her back and flew me to her cool Adeptus house and fed me some sort of magic potion. When I woke up, I was already back in my bed and my fever was gone. I really wanted to thank her, but I was too sleepy to stay awake, so I never got the chance. So, I just kind of wanted to ask if maybe any of you have ever met an Adeptus like that? A pure white illuminated crane? The only two we've ever met are blue and white and black and brown. Have you ever met one that's pure white, Cloud
Never has one met an adeptus with such features. One surmises such a description is but a hyperbolic embellishment that oft results from narrative accounts.
That's weird. Was it really just a dream then? Well, even if it was just in my head,
No, it's absolutely
it doesn't
her.
matter that much anyway.
Like you say, it's like white and blue. What do you mean? She's mostly white.
I'm really grateful for all your help. Leave it to us! Now that we know the 3 locations, we just need to visit them one by one. Let's go to Wangshu Inn first. Okay, I'll go get Granny.
I was wondering where this story was gonna go, because it seemed like such a an odd character. Like what I mean is, like, this character doesn't really have anything they want or seek, right? Like Xianyun or Xianyun, right? Like there's nothing she wants or desires or anything, right? So it's like, what, like this you know, there's two kinds of oh, are we gonna run into Zhao? Oh, are we gonna see Zhao? I hope we get to see Zhao.
Wangshu Inn. Wangshu Inn.
Do you remember this place, Granny?
Yes. The fish here is very delicious. And if you look out into the distance, you can always spot a bird that's been left behind by its flock. I believe I used to have a room here. It had a window. Yes, I spent a lot of time looking out that window. Which room was it again? Let me look.
I'll come with.
An Adeptus story that requires going here.
What she's talking about, but if she's so familiar with this place, that must mean she lived here, right? Wait, huh?
There he is.
I sensed a non-human presence and decided to come take a look. If you're here, then there's likely no trouble afoot. I suppose there's no cause for concern. It's been a while, Cloud Retainer. I see you have returned to your previous form.
You've met her in this form before?
I have indeed. I fought alongside her in this form on many occasions during the Archon War.
Oh, wow! What was she like during the war? Oh, wait, let Paimon take a guess. Was it anything like this?
Newest invention, the Big Bang continuous fire mechanism. Hands up and surrender, or be prepared to face the full might of the Adepti.
I almost feel like you could hear her trying not to laugh saying that line.
Even so, Cloud Retainer was not always as ostentatious as you describe. You may be unaware, but her talent with Adepti sigils is just as formidable as her skill in mechanics. The Archon War reached its peak after Guizhong's death. The Cloud Retainer who fought beside me in those devastating battles was taciturn and solemn, only speaking when she had to activate her sigils.
A Cloud Retainer who barely talks? Paimon can't picture it. But what happened after that? If you were so powerful in your human form, why did you decide to take up your bird form again?
Once one had bid farewell to the world of mortals, what use would one still have for such a shape? When dwelling between mountain and forest, away from the struggles and troubles of the mortal world, a mortal form is hardly the most fitting of choices.
After the war, Cloud Retainer retired to Mount Outsong, only revealing herself to the occasional visitor, and always in her avian form. Although I do believe there was an occasion some 30-odd years ago, when she decided to don her human form. I believe it was for the purpose of...
One believes there is little need to relive bygone matters.
Granny, are you okay?
Back then, at this place,
Perhaps this conversation should end here. I shall take my leave now. Should you encounter any trouble, you need only call my name. However, given that you are traveling with Cloud Retainer, I trust you are in good hands.
Everyone! I think Granny is finally beginning to remember her past.
Slowly now, calm your mind and recount what has been recalled.
a long time ago, I stayed here to recuperate from my illness.
Huh. So what Shinto said was true! You did fall ill! Was that why you went into hiding?
I don't remember. I'm very sorry, but I can't even remember the name of my illness. The only thing I can remember is that it took a great toll on me, and there was no cure for it. I was confined to my room in Wangshu Inn, where I spent many days unconscious. I'd come to every once in a while and stare at the migrating birds outside the window. It was a solemn sight. I remember crying, but I'm not even sure I knew why. One day, I met a traveling merchant. Upon hearing of my illness, he sold me a bottle of soul-revitalizing tea pills. He told me that the pills were concocted using Adepti blood and could be used to alleviate my symptoms. Sure enough, I made a full recovery. My illness remained dormant for several decades after that.
Wait, but if your illness remained dormant for several decades, are you saying that what you're going through now is just a relapse of what happened all those years ago? And it was all thanks to the pills that you managed to keep the symptoms in check? Paimon's brain kinda hurts. Do you remember anything else?
I'm sorry, I don't. Oh, if only I wasn't so useless.
Hey, you're not useless. You've done so much for me. Watched me grow up. Raised me. How could you say that about yourself?
Oh, fret not, dear child. Granny was just a bit frustrated. That's all.
The recovery of a person's memories is a gradual process. Finding pieces of one's past is always superior to not finding anything at all. Let us make haste to the next location.
Next location. Next location. Oh, why don't we go to the area north of Dwayunkars next? There isn't really a landmark there, so where should we start? Oh, Paimon's got it. Let's check out the houses in the area first. After all, if she was there for any length of time, then she would have stayed somewhere, right? Oh, Paimon's really got her thinking cap on today. At this rate, we'll recover all.
Are we gonna run into Moon Shaper and Mooncarver and Mountain Shaper? One thing I have against story, like character stories and story missions, is there's very little, like it's moving from one cutscene to the next cutscene. Like there's like, as much as I hate all like the text dumps that are world that we know as world quests, at the very least they have combat in them.
Whoa, why are there so many treasure hoarders here? Guess it's time to round up the bad guys.
My will embodied by ordinance divine.
Do you remember anything about this place, Granny Wendai?
Let me think. I feel like I've been here before, but I don't think I stayed here too long. I might have just rested here briefly before continuing on my way.
Got it. That's okay. There are still plenty of other places we can check.
Wait a second. If I remember correctly, I believe I brought... Ah, yes, I brought some sweet snacks with me. Go on, take some. You need to eat a lot if you want to grow big and strong.
Oh, thank you! Then Paimon will help us out.
That actually seems like solid off-field team regen. That actually feels like it could counter arenas. I'd just like to give her more energy recharge. Like, the problem is I actually considered what weapon to give her, and I ended up settling on this one. But I actually wouldn't mind giving her this one, the one Neuvillette has, because it gives... It's either this or this. For energy recharge. But the problem with this one is while it's energy recharge, its mechanic is what I really want on Neuvillette. Within 6 seconds after normal or charged attack hits an opponent, normal attack damage will increase by 16% and charge attack damage will increase by 12%. Max 3 stacks. This is very good for Neuvillette. Attack increases her heal. Like, what do I have for current? Yeah, 37%. Because I think I have, yeah, I have the Exile. I basically went with what Jean had, but this was healing power. I switched it for attack. If I can get one of these to 70, I'm gonna take a small break from the story just quickly. I want to get one of these to 70.
I see everything. This way. Everyone hold hands.
Out of my way!
This may hurt a little.
Stand with me!
Ouchie.
Rain outlines your face. Witness it. Things are about to get dicey.
Yeah, when I started grinding, I had 61 of these things, and now I have 53. I wasn't sure if I was actually going to be able to do this one. Just want to make sure everyone's cooldown. Let me just let her get her health back.
I see everything. Everyone hold hands.
Oh, god damn it.
Game's up. Fun's over. Ring cutter.
There we go. I know that's enough to get the one I have to 60, but I don't think I have any purple ones. And so I might need to craft a couple. I'll see where I stand after this.
Everyone hold hands. No.
Fuck you.
Lasts forever.
Let me leave you a Things are about to get dicey.
Stand with me. I see everything.
Leave domain and see what I have. I'm a little upset that I didn't even get one purple. Need one more, and I can convert it. Oddly enough, he actually does really well with the 3-star weapon. The HP one. When the character takes field, they get 48% attack increase for 10 seconds. People utilize that to like hit her burst and then switch. Let me change back to my other team. I'm going to enhance one to 70. It's going to be the better one. Now let me just see what her attack is. So that's 1200 versus 1384. So not a huge difference. Almost a 200-point difference. Which is a like Animo. I'm curious though. That got me to 1332. I am curious as to like what would happen if I switch the weapons back. Probably near 1500 now, right? Oh, right over 1500, yeah. We'll just see how this works for now.
Paimon sees an abandoned house! Why don't we take a break over there?
This place. It's.
Did you remember something, Granny?
I remember. Xianyun. This is where your father was born. It was a moonless night. I had been injured, so your grandpa was supporting me. We fled together with some being in the fog behind us in hot pursuit. I had exhausted my strength when the labor pains came on, so we took refuge in this house. Your grandpa set up a barrier outside, but neither
Not gonna
of us
lie,
knew
if
you could
lightning
hold the
struck a
monsters
straw
back.
house, it would absolutely go up in flames.
I remember falling to my knees, reciting a prayer over and over. I alone am the source of this sin. Punish me as you wish for forsaking my oath, but spare my innocent child.
Sin? Oath? Did you do something wrong?
I don't know. I don't remember. I only remember praying in the darkness with all my strength until the sun finally rose again and the fog cleared out. Eventually, the house was filled with the sound of my baby's first cries. That baby was your father. I remember I clutched him tight to my chest and wept tears of joy. It was the first time I'd ever felt such happiness in my life.
My dad?
He was my pride and joy, and so are you, Xianyun. You're so much like him, and I love you both so much. But you're always going to be different from me. Why? Just what did I do?
I don't care what you might have done, Granny. You'll always be the person I love more than anything.
You're too sweet, Shuyu. I'm lucky to have you with me. If not for you, I would not have had the courage to come here, to try to remember what I had forgotten. All right, let's not stand around any longer. There's one place left, yes? Let's go take a look.
If one recalls correctly, the next place should be Xianyun Peak. You and I, how fares your health?
I may be a bit slow, but I'll do my best to keep up. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting.
Climb on, I shall carry you to the top. Oh, such lightness of weight.
All those who grow old grow frail in the end, do they not? First, you lose your memory, then your health. Eventually, you end up losing everything. My only wish is to depart this world with a lucid mind, to free myself of this torment and the burden it places upon others.
Fret not, you have my aid in this endeavor.
I do like this story though because the thing is, Cloud Retainer has always been a character you could tell cared, and this just kind of really emphasizes that characteristic of her, that she does truly care.
We're finally here. Does this place feel familiar to you, Granny One Day?
Let me see. How strange. Have I lived here before?
Take your time.
When we were at Wangshu Inn and the abandoned house earlier, though I couldn't remember everything, I still felt a sense of familiarity. I could easily picture myself in those places. But here, I don't have that feeling. Perhaps I did come here in the past, but it just didn't leave a strong impression on me.
But did the stories get it wrong then?
Can't expect them to get everything right.
That's true. But they're also the only thing we have to go off of. Paimon was hoping this place would jog Granny Uendai's memory just like the others.
I'm sorry to disappoint you too.
It's alright. We're not going to give up yet. We'll figure something else out. Just you wait.
Thank you. If only I could remember. Huh? That way. What's that mountain?
Oh, let Paimon look! Huh? Isn't that Mount Outsong? Looks like we've come full circle.
Mount Outsong. Mount Outsong.
Granny, are you okay? Don't push yourself, Granny. It's okay if you can't remember. You shouldn't do something that makes you sad.
Mount Outsong, what am I really?
Mount Outsong holds some familiarity to you?
It does, but I can't go back.
Are you feeling unwell?
My head, it feels all heavy and dizzy. What is wrong with me?
Cloud...
Oh, I think I know what's going on.
Let us go to Mount Outsong.
But...
The pill she took had Adepti blood in it. It might have had her blood in it, which is causing her to have some phantom memories of what she had.
I've prepared something that can aid you in suppressing the fear in your heart and restoring your lost memories. It currently resides at Mount Outsong.
Wait, really? When did you do that?
I never leave anything to chance. All will reveal itself when we arrive.
I think anyways. That's just a speculation. Oh, how convenient for the wind to be on our side. Oh, I just realized something. I gotta change her glider. She's an Animo user.
Here, this is it.
Huh? But isn't this the mechanism that you were tinkering with when we first got here? Oh, is it another invention of yours?
Precisely. A recent one at that. I am most pleased with the result. I call it the Suspensus Somnium mechanism. It periodically releases a soft breeze, which when paired with a gentle adeptal tune, can help the listener subconsciously relax and even enter a semi-hypnotic state. Soothing agitation and anxiety, relieving exhaustion and insomnia, its potential uses are numerous indeed. And of course, it can also aid in the recovery of lost memories.
Whoa, what a cool gadget! But if you had it all along, why did you keep it to yourself until just now? We could have come to Mount Outsong right off the bat and saved Paimon a lot of floating.
How preposterous. Had Yuendai not recalled much of her past through her own efforts, the device would have nothing to draw upon. We Adepti can only help those who first resolve to help themselves. Had she lacked such determination and strength of character, one would have little to offer in way of assistance.
Paimon thinks she gets it now. Hey, what's that other thing?
As previously mentioned, a gentle adeptal tune is required to take full advantage of the mechanism. One secured such a tune from Streetward Rambler. Only with her melodies can the mechanism reach its peak power.
Whoa, Paimon can feel what you mean. Paimon's body feels light as a feather. It's as if she's lying down on a warm patch of grass after a super satisfying meal.
And you, Yuendai, is the mechanism helping you to relax? It appears she has already succumbed to the depths of reverie. Come, join one on this side. We shall give her some time to herself.
The drought is over. But why do you look like you want to cry?
The potion. It's nearly run its course.
I've never regretted meeting you. Not even for a second.
Please. Please, no. Have you forgotten? This is the world you left behind. One of gentle breeze and morning dew, perfectly straddled betwixt the realms of heaven and earth. This is your home. This is where you belong. You should have never left.
Oh.
The you of the past.
The
me from not that long ago.
The pure white Adeptus is her.
So that is the truth. No wonder this place is so familiar. Granny! Granny, are you okay? Cloud
retainer.
Your memories have returned.
Wait, did you just call her by her full name? Does that mean you already knew each other?
Yes, I now remember everything. Everything.
Granny, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, don't worry, my dear child. Granny is fine. I'm so sorry, everyone. You've gone to so much trouble on my behalf. It's all come back to me now. The most important thing that I had forgotten was the truth of what I once was.
One can sense the guilt that now plagues your conscience. Reclaiming a truth long buried is sure to come with a myriad of complex emotions. Perhaps one should recount the story on your behalf while you compose yourself.
No, it's okay. Now that I've remembered, I must face my memories head on. Shuyu, everyone, I cannot thank you enough for all your help. I'm ready to tell you my story, if you're willing to listen.
Please, Granny, don't force yourself. What happened in the past doesn't matter. I love you more than anything. Nothing you say can change that.
I know, dear child. My feelings for you are exactly the same. It is for this reason that you deserve to know the truth. Some time ago, I made a terrible mistake. One for which I could never atone.
Is this the sin that you mentioned in Xianyun Karst? What happened?
I am, in truth, not a human being. My real form, one that I held for centuries, was that of a wild crane. I spent many, many years living on Mount Outsong, bathing in the soft breeze and drinking the sweet dew of the mountains. At some point, I somehow gained wisdom and sentience. The Lord of the Mountain, Cloud Retainer, became aware of my existence and began to share many stories with me. She even passed on the secret of cultivation to me. Though she never took me on as a formal disciple, I always saw her as my master. Whenever she took out her tools to work on mechanisms or new inventions, I would also stand next to her and watch. I even contemplated completing my training and becoming an adeptus in my own right. I followed her teachings, and time gradually passed us by. Until that fateful day 50 years ago.
50 years ago?
The drought that struck
That's
Liyue?
right. Master regaled me with many stories of her past deeds. From them, I learned how she had saved people from a similar crisis in the past. She was the one I looked up to the most. More than anything, I dreamt of becoming an adeptus like her. I wanted to travel the land like she had, relieving suffering wherever I went. But I was still far from being a real adeptus. I possessed no ability to take on human form and fit in with the crowd. Once she learned of my desires, Master prepared a special dose of human mimicry potion for me. She warned me that the potion's effects would only last 10 years, and if I were to fail to return to my original form at the end of that time, I would forever forget my past as a crane and become something neither human, beast, nor adeptus.
Oh no. So that was the source of your dementia all along.
Was it because of Grandpa?
Indeed, I fell in love. Though he was human, he had spent his entire life training on Mount Tianheng. When we met, it was not only my first foray into the world below, but his as well. Although clumsy and impulsive as he was, you'd think he was the real strange bird among the two of us. But still, just like me,
He cared deeply about the world and wanted, more than anything, to cleanse it of all pain and suffering. I could not help but fall for him. But my time continued to tick away. Those 10 years passed by in a flash. Yet I did not want to leave his side, so I...
Oh no, what happened next?
I committed an offense. I wanted to stay with him, even if it meant living a life full of pain and suffering, even if it meant that I would eventually turn into a monstrosity. I knew I had betrayed Master's hopes, but I was too ashamed to face her. So I wrote her a long letter instead and asked someone to leave it outside her abode. I was convinced that she would not support my decision, and I lacked the courage to speak to her face to face. In my shame, I fled and tried to hide from the world, such that no one would be able to find me again.
Nameless heroine hid herself
But that
away.
was only the beginning of my troubles. I began to suffer from a strange illness. My memories became hazy and confused, and I could no longer keep myself awake. I understood that my pain was caused by my refusal to return to the life I was fated to lead. Along with my memories as a crane, I soon forgot the true cause of my suffering as well. I knew only that I had committed a sin. All I could do was pray for forgiveness, even if I had long forgotten what needed to be forgiven. Looking back, I was beyond lucky to have come across that traveling merchant at Wangshu Inn. It was such a fortunate coincidence that we were there at the same time. If it weren't for those soul-revitalizing tea pills, I probably would have...
Granny, what's wrong?
Coincidence? Why did I ever think it was a coincidence? Tea pills concocted using the blood of an adeptus? No, it couldn't be. Master, don't tell me. Back then, that merchant was actually...
Human custom would dictate the conferral of gifts to be in order when one's progeny is wedded, would it not? Consider the pills a symbol of one's best wishes.
So when I tried to conceal my name and mistakes from the world and hide myself away in perpetuity, the only person I managed to deceive was myself. You knew where I was all along.
One still remembers when you were but a fledgling. You possessed a certain fondness for a particular game. You would hide yourself among a group of wild cranes and ask one to pick you out from among the flock. One found you with such ease every time. 'Tis a truth most evident. One always recognizes one's own, no matter what form they may take.
Going back to what Shenhe said.
Paimon's confused. So, Cloud Retainer, you found Yuendai again? But how? When? And what happened after that?
Perhaps it is now time for one to recount the rest of the tale.
Cutscene. Let's go. Oh.
One was furious upon receiving your letter. Seized with anger, one set out to bring you to your senses. In truth, one had more than a few misgivings about your chosen partner. As an exorcist, his talent was lacking. One could hardly say his skill with sigils was any better. But soon, one came to appreciate the devotion he bestowed upon you during your illness. He never uttered a
Why
complaint.
is she talking
Rarely left your side.
when this is a flashback?
Unwilling to begrudge someone of such character, one decided to overlook his aforementioned deficiencies, glaring though they may have been. Wishing to grant you a life without regrets, one gathered many divine ingredients and used one's own blood to create a form of medicine. Though imperfect, it managed to suppress the more dire effects of your illness. As for how to deliver the medicine, after much contemplation, one eventually decided to perform the deed oneself. One took great care to alter one's features and select the appropriate attire. Only after meticulous scrutiny did one finally set out for Wang Xianyun. As one expected, you were most ignorant of one's true identity. You showed not even the slightest inkling of recognition. One was quite torn. Should one have celebrated the success of one's disguise, or mourn the loss of your acquaintance? Nevertheless, one would speak to you about another matter, if you are amenable, even considering your loss of memory. One was simply flabbergasted that you could so easily forget the consequences of consuming medicine infused with Adeptal blood. Its proclivity to attract monsters is hardly that complicated of a concept to remember. To think that you tried to travel while weak from sickness and heavy with child. Had one not intervened to clear the fog, all of you would have been lost during the night. Seize the sky!
That's what her burst also allows her to do, is to allow the team, the entire team, high. I think it's about
Those
8 high
monsters
jumps.
would hardly have pursued you with such ferocity without sufficient incentive. They were likely incited by the presence of godly remains. Said godly remains, in turn, were likely drawn to the trace of one scent on your body. One was, after all, an active participant in the Archon War. Some of the gods were likely shattered by contraptions of one's very making. In the end, one was relieved to see you endure through the night. At the break of dawn, one heard an infant's cry pierce through the air, and one saw you carefully cradle the child to your chest. Although certain mortal matters remain foreign to me, one could not help but be moved by your joy. To see you happy, that was more than enough. Now you should have a complete understanding of the events.
Wait! But if that's true, then the crane who took care of me when I was sick must also be...
Ah, one had almost neglected to recount the absurdities of that tale. Just as Yuendai troubled one with her antics, So did you give one many a headache? Upon finding you burning with fever, one made plans to bring you back to one's abode for treatment. However, upon seeing one's form, you began to cry, refusing to get on one's back. When one asked you why, apparently you believed that one could not possibly be a true Adeptus, because all illuminated cranes are white from tip to toe. One had no choice but to apply powder to one's body to conceal the variegated nature of one's appearance. You became more than amenable enough when one stood before you devoid of any other coloring. It bears mentioning, however, that as a crane, Yuandai was nearly entirely pure white in color. Though you had never encountered her in that form, you still recognized the essence of her being. Perhaps fate brought you two together in more ways than one.
It's just like they had to make an actual drawing of Cloud Retainer in crane form, applying powder to herself.
One owes you an apology, Yuandai. One recognized you upon your very entrance into Wanmin restaurant. One has always viewed you as a disciple of equal standing with Ganyu and Shenhe. Indeed, one wished to bring your story to a satisfactory end with this visit to Liyue Harbor. Still, one could not reveal your identity right away. Had one simply informed you of all you had lost, all those cherished memories would merely have become the fictionalized account of another. Memories are most meaningful when recalled by those who lived through them. Would you not agree? Even if the process was painful and arduous to experience. Have you any further inquiries?
Master, I must ask, if you found me all those years ago, why did you leave me be, even though you knew about my mistake? Why did you not bring me back to Mount Outsong by force?
One has never regarded your action as a mistake. It was a simple choice, nothing more. When it is time for one's progeny to leave the nest, it is the responsibility of an elder to let them fly free. Yet, when your wings grow weary and the night grows dark, just know that you always have a place to which to return. 'Tis a refuge referred to by many a name in mortal writing. Home, nest, haven. Whatever its denomination may be, its essence remains quite unchanged. One speaks, of course, of a place not unlike one's own abode. One's disciples are free to come and go as they wish, yet the door remains forever open to those who wish to return. One rather hopes you count yourself among them.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You and I. One expects you too have sensed the rapid deterioration of your condition as of late. Have you not? 40 years ago, you chose a path without a future. Though one used one's own blood to provide you with a few decades of extra time, it merely delayed the inevitable. One may have extended the path, yet one was unable to alter its final destination. Even the power of an Adeptus has its limits. Had your condition continued to deteriorate, you would have forgotten your life as a human entirely. In the end, you would have turned into a creature lacking in the ability to even comprehend its own monstrousness. Fortunately, you were able to avoid that scenario by reclaiming your memories. Though one sped the process along by providing some guidance, the result is entirely a reflection of your own effort.
So, what's gonna happen to Granny?
One will help her reclaim her original form as a wild crane. If it be fated, she may recover her sentience one day.
She's gotta go back to being a regular crane, huh?
No other way?
Master, you've already done more than enough for me. I don't know how I could possibly repay your kindness. This is a better result than I could have ever hoped for. How much time do I have left? Not long. The transformation is imminent.
Granny, please don't leave, okay? You're all I have left. Please.
Don't be sad, dear child. Granny has led a wonderful life. My only regret is having to leave you behind. Don't forget to eat well, okay? A growing young lady like yourself needs lots of good food to grow big and strong. Promise Granny you'll take good care of yourself when I'm gone.
I promise, Granny.
This is the tearjerker moment.
I'll do whatever you say.
Good girl, good girl. Don't worry. It's not goodbye forever. Granny's gonna become the most formidable crane in all of Mount Outsung. Granny will train day and night. I won't stop until I can turn into a human without having to rely on anything but my own power. When that day comes, we'll be able to live together again. You and I. How's that sound?
Good.
That's a good girl. Even though we won't see each other for a little while, as long as we both work hard, we're sure to meet again someday.
I'll eat well, Granny. I promise. And I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes. I'll wait for you to come back.
That's a good girl. Then Granny really has no more regrets. I'm so sorry, Master. Thank you for everything.
Xianyun.
Let her be. At her age, crying is a natural, if not fitting, response to such an event. Tears are a necessary part of maturation. Sometimes there is scarcely a better vehicle to wash away the toll of stress and misery. Now that the issue has been resolved, you should also take a moment to relax. Give yourself some time to rest. Take a nap if you must. One will wake you in due time.
Oh, cutscene. This has to be in the dream, right? Yeah.
I always believed we would see each other again. That our days of separation would finally end. and all my troubles would be behind me.
I like this brother-sister moment.
If only things could stay this way forever.
A nightmare? Curious. If you're relaxed, shouldn't your dreams be pleasant?
It was a good dream. It's just...
You weren't ready to wake up.
I don't want to see the Lumine version of the ending of this.
Eloquent as one may be, words
Since
of
there's
comfort are
more
not one's
character
strong
voice
suit.
acting.
You are doing all you can. One can see your strength of will, your fearlessness in the face of danger. And so, whatever your dream may be, one believes that you shall achieve it. Of course, whenever the perils you face overwhelm you, or you become weary, one is always here for you. After all, as an elder, it is only right to look out for the young ones.
Is Paimon like sucking on her thumb or just biting on her finger? Or is that just like the way the model is?
Was Paimon sleeping just now? Oh, Paimon wasn't talking to you. Paimon had a dream about eating grilled chicken drumsticks, that's all.
Madam Adeptus?
Oh, Xianyun, you're awake. How do you feel?
I feel a little better. Thanks. I know I'll see Granny again someday, so I don't feel so sad anymore. Madam Adeptus, could I ask you something? Would you take me in as a disciple?
Oh, and have you reasons for this sudden interest?
I know Granny thought what she did back then was wrong. She felt really bad about it. But without that mistake, I would have never been born. Even though Granny lost her memories, she never forgot to show me how much she loved me. So, I thought maybe one day I could become a cool Adeptus like you and help a whole bunch of people, just like Granny wanted to do.
Upon some reflection, one supposes you are no mere mortal. The fact that Yuendai's blood flows through your veins is proof enough of that. If this is what you desire, one shall make it so.
Thank you so much, Madam Adeptus. No, I mean... Master.
Xianyun, are you sure about this? Paimon's gonna let you in on a little secret. We've seen Cloud Retainer's 2 other disciples, and they pretty much eat nothing but bitter herbs like Xianyun and violet grass. If you join them, you'll never enjoy One Min Restaurant's delicious cooking ever again.
How utterly preposterous. One has never enforced such a rule. Every individual must find their own
Now,
path
you need to point out that Guan
so
Yu
long as one retains
is a
the pureness of
vegetarian.
spirit.
Her race is
One's
vegetarian. She
dietary
can't eat meat.
proclivities are quite
I'm pretty sure.
irrelevant.
And Shenhe just didn't grow up in an environment that required her to eat meat.
Although Mount Outsong is rich in natural beauty, its location does preclude access to certain finer mortal comforts. That is precisely why one plans to relocate to Liyue Harbor. Xianyun shall have the honor of becoming one's first disciple in the human world.
Whoa, you're leaving Mount Outside?
No, you take this form?
One has never concerned oneself with the location of one's residence. From the very beginning, one has sought only solace and peace. Yet in the end, all of one's disciples ended up in Liyue Harbor. Ganyu, Shenhe, you and I, they all chose a life among the mortal world. One has reflected on this fact for many years now. One can only assume that it is due to some failing on one's part as an elder or master. A failing, perhaps, of recognizing what it was they truly wanted. One is most curious as to what aspect of Liyue Harbor could have enticed them to remain there. One could hardly offer an opinion on the matter, but perhaps some time in the harbor will prove instructive. Why are you all so silent?
Paimon is, just a bit shocked, that's all. So, does this mean we can grab a meal together in Liyue Harbor sometime?
One has precious little time to squander. However, if one finds oneself otherwise
She also left out
unoccupied,
Madame Ping, who
one would not be
also,
opposed to the idea.
not only met... Oh, no, she was referring to her disciples, yeah, I guess, but Madame
One will be
Ping,
assuming the identity of a human while residing in Liyue Harbor.
Yang Fei's
You should
dad,
take care to avoid disclosing one's true
all
identity.
Adeptus that moved to Liyue.
Don't worry, we'll help you keep it a secret. So, when can we expect to start seeing you in the city?
Perhaps in 2 days' time. One has some matters to see to before one's departure. Preparation is the key to success, after all. One plans to put up various items from one's collection for sale. The earnings should provide for a comfortable living in Liyue Harbor. One has already picked out a handsome property near Chuhu Rock. 'Tis no small purchase, but what is mortal life if not one expense after another?
Seems like you've really thought of everything. Then how about we meet up in Liyue Harbor in 2 days?
A sensible plan. See you then. Oh, also, why don't you take this suspense somnium mechanism as a souvenir? Anytime you should feel ill at ease in the future, you may try quieting your mind and sitting in meditation as you listen to its melodies. It might help you find a new perspective.
Awesome! Thanks, Cloud Retainer! Hey, didn't we promise Xingqiu that we'd tell him what we found out? Should we make a trip to the Feiyun Commerce Guild? It's totally up to you. So, about your move to Liyue Harbor, you gonna tell the other Adepti about it?
I have left an explanatory note in my abode. Those 2 old fossils will discover it, I am sure, should they come seeking my company. Considering their recent penchant for going off on private escapades, however, I find myself caring little for how they shall receive this news.
You can tell she's miffed that she constantly gets left out.
By the way, Xianyun, we have a friend who helped us learn a lot of information about your granny. Is it okay if we tell him the full story?
Sure, I don't think Granny would mind. As long as you don't tell a whole bunch of people. I don't think she'd want too many people to know. They might go to Mount Outsong and start bugging her about it. Granny needs to focus on her training, you know? But telling a friend or two is probably fine.
No worries, our friend can keep a secret.
Alright. Let's go tell our good buddy Xingqiu. Oh yeah, I didn't show it off, but yeah, I said that I got Shenhe's new outfit. I didn't buy Guan Yu's because A, I don't own Guan Yu, and B, it's I'm not saying it's a bad outfit, it's just like I don't care enough about Guan Yu to be either way about it. Like, I rank it the same as her normal outfit. And then Xingqiu is a 4-star, so guaranteed it'll probably be some type of event reward.
We'll meet again, dear friends. How did everything go?
Great! And it's all thanks to you!
Ah, I see. So the stories didn't get it right after all. Even though she was a celebrated heroine, she had to bear a heavy burden that most could not hope to understand. Thank goodness for the help of that Adeptus. At least she was able to recover what she had lost. Although I cannot claim to know exactly how their story will unfold from here, I trust the ending will be a happy one. Those united in a common purpose always find a way back to each other in the end. Thank you for helping me fill in the gaps. And don't worry, I'll keep this all to myself.
Alright, we gotta wait 2 days now. Let's take a swig of some good old Coca-Cola while we wait. Whoops.
Your concerns are excessive and unfounded. This is but a simple collection of ordinary valuables. Such intense scrutiny is hardly necessary.
To be quite honest, your insistence on that fact is my primary cause for concern. In what way are any of these ordinary? Every single item here could be worth more than everything I own combined. I simply can't risk shelling out that kind of mora without proper scrutiny. If I'm wrong, I would never be able to earn it back, not even if I worked every single day for the rest of my life. I have to be careful. Yes, you can never be too careful.
We're here, Clow. Miss Xianyun, what are you guys arguing about?
Ah, perfect timing. This ignoramus is questioning the authenticity of my wares. I'll have you know, these items have remained untouched in my personal collection for several hundred years. To question their legitimacy is pure folly.
Several hundred years?
Indeed. They're family heirlooms, you see, passed down over many generations, as families are wont to do.
Yep, they've definitely been around a while. We can vouch for her on that one.
Hear that? Had I not found myself in need of mora, I would scarcely have had the heart to part with them. Indeed, you should consider it an honor to even have the opportunity to behold them with your own eyes. Doubt their authenticity any further, and I may just decide to take them to another buyer.
Whoa, please don't go! I apologize for the insult. You see, I know full well
I still hope that Zhongli comes by.
The worth of these items. If you could wait but a moment, I've hired an expert to appraise them for me. He should be here shortly.
Oh, there he is.
I will wait for a little while longer. Traveler, Paimon.
We all know who the expert's gonna be.
My company in the future. This is where you can find me.
Master! Oh, it's you two again.
Oh, she changed her shirt.
Xianyun! You got a new outfit! It looks great on you.
Mm-hmm. Master made it for me. I like it too.
Huh? You know how to make clothes?
Do I know how to make clothes? With the support of the proper mechanism, sewing is hardly a challenge.
Master, I brought in most of my stuff. There's a few boxes left, but they're kind of heavy, so I just left them outside.
Fret not. I shall help you move them into your room.
Actually, I should probably sort through my stuff a bit first. Everything's kind of messy right now, so maybe you could not look yet, Master? Yeah, that'd be great.
It appears my young apprentice has her own fair share of secrets. No matter. Do what you must, child. Now, this expert you mentioned. When can we expect their arrival?
Soon. Ah, there he is. Here, allow me to make some...
Oh, yeah.
This is Mr. Zhongli, a well-respected consultant at Wangshang Funeral Parlor and an expert in all manner of valuables and antiques. Mr.
Let's
Zhongli,
go!
This is Miss Xianyun. She's the one who's looking to sell the collection of valuables
Just like
I
the
mentioned earlier.
they're making eye contact.
If it isn't Miss Xianyun, it has been quite some time since our last meeting. What a serendipitous reunion.
Indeed, most serendipitous.
It almost seems like the awkwardness is like equivalent to two like former lovers that hadn't seen each other in years. Like
both a stroll in the mountains and a fresh brew of tea from the most recent harvest. The experience has left me with such insight and peace.
Huh. So you two are already acquainted?
Indeed. How fortunate we are that fate has brought us together again. If you are otherwise unaware, allow me to inform you that Miss Xianyun is a well-regarded collector and appraiser. She is well-versed in all fields, and oft-celebrated for her impeccable taste. You stand to gain much from this opportunity.
You are too kind, Mr. Zhongli. True collectors pride themselves on their wealth of knowledge and eye for detail. I can say without a doubt that you are foremost in that regard.
Why, you flatter me.
Oh, this is just gonna go back and forth.
It would seem that you are as self-effacing as ever.
Not at all, Mr. Zhongli. Not at all.
even he finds it.
To butt into this conversation, I must ask, you two already knew each other, and you seem to have quite a cordial relationship. Can I be certain that you're not working together to swindle me? I mean, you never know.
Huh! A preposterous accusation. The heavens themselves would collapse before we would conspire to do such a thing.
Miss Xianyun speaks the truth. Contracts are built on honesty and trust. If that proves to be beyond your capabilities in this instance, this transaction may be taken elsewhere.
Say no more. Let us depart.
I jest.
To be honest, that is a fair thing to say.
Zhongli himself has vouched for the goods. Miss Xianyun, wait. I deeply apologize for doubting you. So, Mr. Zhongli, could you please give me a final verdict on the value of these items?
There is no cause for concern. They are indeed rare and precious valuables. Take this mechanism, for instance. Though one may not immediately perceive its purpose, its structure and appearance are exquisite enough to merit it a place in any fine home. The same can be said for this one here. Few could hope to possess an item that so perfectly blends mechanical wonder with geometric grace. I am sure you have heard from your travels that the study of mechanisms is among the most wondrous arts in this world. With that in mind, I earnestly recommend procuring every last item in this collection.
All right. Since I hired you as my consultant, Mr. Zhongli, I shall, of course, trust your good opinion. Then, in that case, Miss Xianyun, I'll take the lot. However, since the final sum is quite large, how about we start with an initial deposit through the Northland Bank?
The Northland Bank? Huh. Oh, you refer to the fiduciary house. Oh, very well.
I fear people only use the term bank nowadays. In that case, I'll be off for now. I'll return to collect the goods once you've received the funds.
Of course, he had to leave because snore. What?
My friends, have you been doing well?
We've been great. How about you? Paimon didn't know you were such a busy consultant.
My days have been quite pleasant as well. I had been quietly enjoying a cup of tea when Mr. Xiaozu requested my services. As for you, Miss Xianyun, I presume you must be looking to settle in the city?
I must say, the name Xianyun sounds exceedingly strange coming from you. Perhaps you could dispense of that particular epithet in further conversation.
Whatever for. Am I not addressing you as a friend should?
Well, that is true, but...
she sees the relationship
Alas,
differently.
Refer to me however you will. After all, a name exists such that others may address you with it. One is hardly ignorant of that fact.
It would seem that you have gained many valuable insights over the years, Cloud Retainer.
One has indeed. One's previous stays were all brief. Now that one has made up one's mind to move and settle, one has gained a much better appreciation of the hubbub and commotion of the city, as well as the people's hard work and ardor. This city is much changed from how it was more than 1,000 years ago.
Not unlike the ocean tides, so too shall the movement of people ebb and flow, from turmoil to peace.
So I'm happy because I got to see everyone I wanted to see in this story in it.
Possesses
So
limitless potential. In another 1,000 years, the scene we witness here may change in ways that are impossible for either of us to imagine.
Alright, that's enough reflection for one day. No need to get all sentimental on us.
You make a valid point, Paimon. Now that the sale has concluded, what say one plays the host as we try some specialty dishes together? One must profess great interest in trying bamboo shoot soup.
Perhaps you have forgotten, Cloud Retainer, but I once tried my hand at that dish. You were at the table on that occasion, so logic dictates that you should have already tried it.
Oh? What occasion was this?
It was a reunion between friends several centuries ago. Alas, you must have been too preoccupied to secure yourself a portion. Or perhaps our other companions simply availed themselves of faster reflexes on that occasion.
Hardly. 'Twas most certainly out of consideration for the others in attendance. In but a moment, one will show you what it means to have a true deftness of hand. It is settled then. Bamboo shoot soup, mora meat, crab roe tofu, triple-layered consommé. We shall enjoy the lot. One has already passed word to Shenhe and Ganyu to make a reservation. It is prime time for them to meet one's newest disciple. Is that agreeable to everyone?
It should be a most splendid occasion.
Shu Yu, come now, it is time to dine. Ah, this gentleman over here is Mr. Zhang Li. He is,
A humble employee of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Nice to meet you too, Mr.
I would have
Shen.
introduced myself as a dear old friend of... But I guess she knows she's an Adeptus. That would probably allude to something.
Actually, Master, have you ever tried Adeptus' temptation? I heard it's impossible to stop eating after even just one bite. You know, 'cause it's super tempting and stuff. Is that true?
That sounds rather implausible. Although with the right preparation, certain dishes can be too delicious to resist.
Huh? Why are you all walking so fast? Hey, wait for Paimon! Hey,
They actually stopped. Wow. I really liked that ending. That was a really nice ending. I'm probably gonna look up the YouTube video of that ending, and like I said, I want to see the Lumine one too. All right, let's try and spam through this world quest. Yeah, I discovered this. So if you remember, I made that macro specifically designed for Risley so I could melee across the water. I discovered that that exact same macro can be very useful for spam clicking through dialogue. Saves me a lot of time. Yeah, I kind of avoided this town because I didn't want to hit the trigger line for that quest. So it's like, that talking to that guy was literally the first quest after entering the area and stuff. So like, I got here, and then I went around to get here, and then I went all the way around up to down here. I was going to keep going, but I realized it was impossible to scale that. So I came back here and I went this way. Then I went down, or then I think I went back over here up the road here, you know, got these ones, and then kind of just scattered around. I think I got these ones up here, and then I went down and followed through to here to get those. I am happy about having Xianyun though, because so the thing is, it's the same reason I was happy with Albedo. So, you know, if you go back into my earlier streams, I was super like, I wouldn't say I was like, you know, like there is a clip of me pulling for Albedo, but I was happy for Albedo because he's a construct geo user. What does that mean? It means he's a character that summons he's a geo character that summons a construct. There aren't a lot of it's Geo Traveler, Albedo, Zhongli. That's it. That's all of them. And the thing is, if you don't have one of them, you have to use Geo Traveler. This made it really hard to use Traveler in teams that didn't involve Geo, because I had to use Geo Traveler for stuff. Same with Elevation. There were certain, like the Liyue, you know, crystal things that you turn into the statues. You had to they were just off the ground, so you had to plant that, climb up, and grab it. Albedo negated that. I didn't need Geo Traveler anymore because I had Albedo. Whether he was actively in the team or not, it's a different story. But I could use him. Now, but the thing is, I didn't have a jumping character. There are 3 prior to Xianyun that are jumping characters. They're all Animo, to my knowledge. I could be somewhat wrong on this, but it's Venti, Kazuha, and Zhao. They're all jumpers. Well, oh, I now have a jumping character. Somewhat, anyways. Yeah, see? Like, a little bit. I wouldn't put her in the same classification. Like, Venti's is fantastic because Venti is also creates an updrift, so you can glide from anywhere. And then Kazuha's is just that. I think with, I don't know if Zhao's is an auto jump, or if you have to be in his burst to get it, and it just makes him jump higher. That'll also change too with Gaming. Gaming is a jumper too. His skill can jump. It jumps enough to trigger a plunging attack, which means that it's higher than a normal jump. Because you can't plunge from a normal jump. See, like you can't plunge. And there's three. She's a projectile catalyst user. Yeah, there's 3 types of catalyst users I find. Projectile, instant, and limited is the way I classify them. So she, Yangfei, they're projectiles, or Kokomi. I classify them as projectiles. You know, where they have to hit something. They can be obstructed. Instacast are ones like Barbara. That hit the target on automatically. And then limited, which is what I consider like Klee, Nahida, ones that like they don't have a range like all the others do. Their attacks function in a very specifically kind of unique way. Like Nahida's hopscotch doesn't have range like Baiju would have. Which makes them, you know, good at being different types of catalyst users. I'd consider the brawlers I consider special as well because they're melee. I would also consider Charlotte special. Like, I don't know, Charlotte's kind of a mix between instant and special. Because it technically does insta-hit, but I feel like the range is kind of special. I do need to remember if the game's going to force me to fight that cat, I need to change, I should probably change my team. That team will work. Yeah, the new boss, I had to fight that thing. The first time, it beat the shit out of me until I understood the mechanic. You need Pyro and Cryo to fight that boss. It uses uses Hydro and Animo. If it enters into its Hydro animation state, you have to freeze it and hit it with and then melt it. So hit it with Cryo to freeze it because it auto gains Hydro, and then hit it with Pyro. You end the attack and you put it in a stun state. And then the Animo, and then in the Animo one, you just have to use anything that can interact with Animo. So Cryo, Pyro, Hydro, or Electro. This is my only team that has those. So I guess I'll run this team for a bit. Now I want to run this team for a bit. Where are the other ones? Doesn't seem to be a fading one.
Thunderclap! Grant us your blessing!
No getting you away!
Time for a light show!
Yeah, you saw you saw the yeah, this is the problem when you don't have a Claymore user on your team. The material on the back of these turtles is what you also needed for Xianyun. You know, I switched and then immediately did not have a pyro user. I'm kind of I'm not gonna lie, I've wanted to use Candace for a while. I could just never figure out how to use her. One thing I've been trying to do a lot lately is try to reconsider several of my C6 characters. Like, I have them at C6. Is there something I'm missing now, right? And Candace is one of those, for sure. Faruzan is another. I didn't start using her until I realized how valuable her C6 was. Like this one, it makes it so her burst, when characters affected by her burst use a normal attack, they deal bonus hydro damage, 15% of Candace's max HP. I have C6 Electro. Completely forgot that I did that. Yao Yao, I'm almost at C6. Is she on banner right now, or no? Yeah, it's not her. I think she's on the next banner phase. I'm debating on whether I attempt to pull for Zhao or not, but, either way. Who else do I have at C6? Noelle's at C6. Noelle, I'm waiting for Ito to come back, and then I'm going to decide from there. Goro C6. Again, that would be a Noelle Ito team. Faro's in C6, right? So this increases crit damage when you deal animo damage. And when you... And then it adds a chance for basically all party members to deal animo damage. I did not realize I did not have C6 on him. Should really get on that. C6 Seiyu. I wanted C6 Seiyu mostly just because Seiyu is one of my favorite characters. It's actually really terrible that when you look at my favorite characters in the game, it's Nahida, like playable wise, it's Nahida, Navia, and Seiyu. All three characters which do not harmonize with each other. Like, I could not make a team out of them. I'd literally have to make the fourth character someone that they could all function with. Like, it'd probably have to... I think A is, like, the only one. I do like A, but, like, you know, I'm just thinking... And if we were to break it down by, you know, section of the game, like, who's my favorite character in each region? Because that... What's that? That's Sumeru, Inazuma, and Fontaine. Liyua's favorite character is probably be Yellen. And Mondstadt's would probably be Fischl, I think, like, character-wise. Fischl or Barbara. But it does increase her damage and stuff by elemental mastery. Mika, I have C5. Because I wanted Signal Arrow to get the buff. Layla, I have C6. Which is another reason why I've been trying to shove Layla into a team somewhere. Rosaria, I have C6 as well. But I've never been too concerned with this one. But I could probably, if I ever get C6 Mika, I could probably put him... I'd probably do her, Mika, and Razor on a team. I think would be a good team. Because both Razor and her benefit from physical damage. And then maybe put Xianyun on the team too, because she's a pyro user that benefits from physical damage. Diona's on here, but I've never really cared too much about Diona. Fischl, I just got the C6, and I'm really happy I did, because she's on a very good team for that. Razor's C6. I wouldn't mind using him more, I just don't. Yeah, I think getting him to C6 is actually a game changer, right? C6 Toma. So basically, when you get the barrier from... The barrier from his skill, it increases normal damage, normal charged and plunge attack damage by 15% for 6 seconds. C6 Bennett needs no introduction. It's the most debatable C6 in the game. C6... Sucrose, I prefer other Animo users. I did not realize I had C3 on this guy. I don't think I'll ever get a C6 5-star. I don't think I care enough to. I don't think I care enough to get more than, like, all the C1s I have by accident. I got C1 Klee attempting to get C5 Mika. C1 Albedo I got right after getting Albedo. C1 Wanderer I got trying to get Yangfei. I didn't even want Wanderer in the first place. And I got him at C1, and Twig got mad at me for that. Navia I got by accident. And then, like, obviously the default 7, if you have them, it's just because you failed the 50-50. So in all honesty, if it's not a default 7, I'm likely to probably not C6 it. Which is why I want to find more use for the default 7 if I can.
Fireworks are gonna get soaked. Let's find shelter
Like
quick.
like in all honesty, like I do like Kaching. I like her playstyle. It's very fun. I like her burst. Her burst is my favorite party member in Kingdom Hearts 2 is Aladdin because I love his limit break. And Kaching's burst is very akin to that. I really like the quick slash across the screen type animation attacks. They're really awesome to me. I need one of those misty cloud thingies. Oh, I guess I didn't.
Is this an answer from this world?
You have no idea what we're doing here. Oh no. Okay. I have literally not been paying attention to any of the plot. Thing was, I used to actually read all these. The R&R questline is what killed it for me. I'm not wasting my time on another R&R questline. These world quests can already take hours to complete. Do I want to add 5 hours to that reading it aloud? No, thank you. Ugh. Yeah, I really like that ending. Of Pod Retainer's story. It was really nice. Personally, and I don't know how likely this will be to happen because she's a generic character model. But I hope they don't forget about her just because she was where's...
I'll keep this close. Says I need adaptable energy, but... Oh, I see. Is this an answer from this world?
I like how they took the Sumeru ones and just kind of made them different. Those...
Lightning slash! Dodge this!
Pin them down!
The hunter becomes the hunted.
Time for a light show.
All right, that's it.
Following thunder. Hear my prayer.
Face the Yao Yao Wrath! I might actually change this team.
Lightning flash.
Do your work. Impressive.
Take this.
Too easy. Pin them down.
Stay put. That hurt.
Oh, fuck off! Die!
The wrong test subject.
Anyways, I was thinking of changing up this team a little bit. So I'm gonna put Yoimiya back on this team. I don't know. I feel like I really need Candace's burst up more. So I was thinking of running Electro Resistance. Or Resonance, I mean. Superconduct, Overload, Electrocharge, Quicken, Aggravate, and Hyperbloom have a 100% chance to generate electro-elemental particles. However, I still need it to be an Electro user that has some potential as a DPS. My options are pretty much out of who's in use. Kuching, Razor, or I could try Dory, but Dory isn't a DPS. Dory is like the textbook definition of a battery, which is good, but I need a DPS. The alternative is that I switch Daimien with Dory, which I don't want to do because the burst is necessary for the Yao Yao barrage. Let's try Razor. Where's Razor?
I'll watch your back.
I do want to switch off this weapon, though, because physical damage may not be as predominant. So... I'm just looking at Razor's. Maybe not Razor. Yeah, the problem is that I don't have any major electro DPSs. Like, I don't have Sino. I'd consider last time Sino was on banner, I considered pulling for him. I'd probably reconsider it again. But like, if I get rid of Kaching, if I move Kaching there, who goes here? Like, Gaming's going where D-Luke is, so someone else would have to go here. It doesn't have to be an electro user, but I was thinking Sucrose. I could have sworn I already had one of these that was leveled up. Can I luck out with, no, this is not the item for today. I don't think I'm getting, unless I get lucky, I don't think I'm getting this thing above 40. Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. But I have to wait a couple days before I could get anything out of this. He only... Oh, she's only level 50. I thought I got her to 60. Sometimes I feel like I cripple myself too much. My alternative is I switch Mika and Jean, which would mean that I could put... And the Yao Yao combo, I'd realized too. Yao Yao would only be... Oh no. I was... Oh, well... Yeah, probably. I was just thinking of something else. Maybe...
How expensive paid travel? Count me in.
Gaming's still gonna be on this team. If I replace you with...
It is as the stars foretold.
The idea is to have like a kind of a bludgeon team It'd either be Kirara or Kale, because those are the only Dendro users I have up. But with Mona's skill and Kirara or Kale's skills, Kale would probably be better when it comes to burst. Right, Kale. This team won't even get tested anyways until
Let's go.
Let's go. Time is against us.
yeah, we'll try this team.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
How did it take a little kid to figure this out?
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
The thing is one of the reasons why I don't have characters like Alhaitham or Sino is because I didn't need DPSs of those elements. Now I feel like I do. I was thinking of, I could replace Yao Yao with Baijo, but I realized then I wouldn't get the Hydro application that I get. Otherwise.
Go get it, Uruguay! Yeah! Ha!
Where'd the boar go? There it is.
Don't be scared!
Speed of light. Nowhere to hide.
Oh, stay put!
Incoming.
Lightning flash!
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow. Incoming. Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
That's 2. Alright, keep pushing. I'll figure out these. Like, I know for a fact not all these teams are going to be as good as the others. Like, I'm not dumb enough to think that this team's going to be like an S rank meta team, but I stick to my guns that I refuse to use the same character twice in a team.
We shall be ready, go! Don't be scared!
Oh, fuck you.
After you anymore. Don't blink! Hey!
Flee. Nowhere to hide. Incoming. Hey!
Uruguay, you're up! Oh,
Too easy.
Hmm. was the weapon I was wielding? Oh, I had a black tassel, that's right. The weapon change, hopefully that means I can get her burst way more frequently.
What do you think? Anything catch your eye?
I need a pyro character, which I do not have.
Up and away. Ooh, let me open it.
I don't know why, but something is telling me to kill these guys.
Time for a light show.
I don't know. For some reason, I felt like a chest was going to spawn if I did. Right, on to the next one, which I think is going to get me over to here. Alright, come on.
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow. Incoming. Hey! You're exposed. Cut to the chase. You give, you receive. Speed of light. Incoming.
Lightning slash!
Don't be scared.
Healing prayer! Thunderclap!
Don't get it, Field Gray.
Speed of light. Don't blink. With sword
Okay,
comes
that's
shadow.
it.
Yeah!
Grant us your blood.
Hey, go away.
Speed of light.
Stay put. You, Gray, you're up.
Incoming. Cut to the chase.
Can you not? God.
That's everything. On to the next.
Yeah, coming out to the foggy area, which is where I want to be. Oh, this is cool. This is good, this is good. I was hoping the world quest would get me here. Oh, I can still walk on water. Okay. Uh... There we go. don't know why I'm thinking of modifying the teams here. I feel like because I don't really have a Blurgeon team, I'm thinking of putting Yao Yao here.
Don't fear, Yao Yao's here.
And then putting Mika here instead.
My lance and crossbow are prepped and ready.
The problem I have with this team is as much as I like the electro application to it, it's very heavily reliant. Like, Mika's not a good cryo applicator. Like, let's just be real here. Technically speaking, Mika's not even a cryo support. He's a physical support. I'm looking at something here. Like, Mika's best utility is on a team that requires attack, speed, and has physical damage to it. Catching doesn't do... Like, these two are infusers.
What's wrong? Are you in danger?
I applied for vacation. You remember too, right?
Right, enhance this. Hmm. Really just comes down to those healers. These two I want to get rid of. Hmm. The healer wise, I have Jean left, and I have Fiona. I think Barbara's not in use. I had her originally. I actually had Barbara here. Yeah, I pulled Barbara. Could use Barbara then.
I'll take care of it.
I'm not against the dual Electro. I just kind of wish there could be more elements to it. Like, he has off-field Electro support, but she's main-field Electro. Hmm. There she is. I'm thinking. Because if I'm going to run dual electro, I want to make sure I'm running characters that can benefit from the electro or dual electro team, right? So obviously characters that utilize their burst a lot but have a long need a lot of energy for it. Hmm. Second. I'm doing a lot of searching on my laptop here. Hmm. You know what? What the hell? Let's
I
try
want to
this.
help.
I did have a book that was higher leveled. Miko has it. Does she need this book, though? No, it says this one's better for her. I don't really use the Wanderer for anything anyways. I'd still like to enhance this more, but you know, it is what it is. Going to do something, but I'm having second thoughts on that something. It just sucks that my only free healers are Animo or Cryo.
Which opera shall we perform today?
I'm just going to goof around, see how this one works. Nope, wrong one. Alright, let's keep pushing.
Animal test 6308. Absorption test. Speed of light. Hey! Nowhere to hide. Incoming. Got lucky that time. Don't blink. Speed of light. Cut to the chase. Don't blink. Hey! Let the show begin. Strike is one. Incoming. Nowhere to hide. Speed of light.
You know what? Okay, once I'm done this.
Flags fly. Animal test 6308. Enhanced animal module. Don't blink. Yeah. Let's dance with sword from shadow. Speed of light. Hey. Flags up. Break a leg. Don't blink. Nowhere to hide. Speed of light.
Move!
Don't blink.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
I just saw this team and I want to try it out.
Wish me luck.
Right. I could use almost any hydro applicator. It doesn't have to be Barbara. Problem is all my off-field hydro users are in use. Except for Mona.
This is destiny. Oh, how exciting!
money, fall in!
Witness my magnificence!
Follow my lead!
With 3 Geos, Goro and Noelle can both heal, right? So...
Someone needs assistance.
Wonderful.
I think I'm understanding these puzzles a bit better. There we go.
All in a day's work.
What's this one? Floating stone platform so that I may... Floating stone platform.
Pull in! Careful! It could be a trap! Oh, never mind.
Alright, first taste of combat with this team.
Flags fly! And step!
Rally!
I must leave no stone unturned. Yeah. Yeah. Steady as stone. Yeah.
I feel like I was maintaining health. In some ways, I feel like I even gained health. I wanted to return to using Noelle for some time, and I wanted Goro and Yuji. Like, I wanted this team for some time, so... And if they can counteract Farina, then I'm all for it.
All in a day's work.
Thinking of getting rid of the exploration team, though.
Let's go. Time is against us.
I applied for vacation. You remember too, right?
My lance and crossbow are prepped and ready.
Hmm. We'll hold off on that team for now. Like, with Siege Wing coming out, right, things can change. Can't test that one until Gaming comes out. Yeah, for this one, I just need decent hydro application. That's all I need, because Risley really needs to freeze. I'm gonna leave her on the team, because with her, when her burst is active, not only can it help counter his skill, but it also allows him to start doing plunge attacks. And since he's a catalyst user, it means that those are going to hit cryo, so he can start AoE freezing with Monas. Like, I can do a Mona plunge and then a Risley plunge and just start beating the shit out of him. I'm looking at batteries here. Seeing if there's any, like, good healing batteries.
I'm so sleepy.
Very well. I shall put my official duties to one side for the moment.
Hurry up! Mora waits for no one.
I just need to fight that thing. I'm going to give this team a try. So this will be my Electro team. Because Beidou can support Neverlet. He can kind of heal himself, and then that's defense. right? Dory is just going to kind of be a battery for the 3. See how this one goes. I think that's enough team comps for now. Alright, hurry up.
Huh, where have you been hiding?
Okay, so I just want to I know I want to test out this team, but I know I'm fighting that cat soon, and I want to make sure that I'm on the right team for it. Yeah, a lot of teams have her, Xianyun with Farina. There's one team that just makes perfect sense, which is Xianyun, Diluc, Bennett, Farina. Xianyun can counter Farina while Farina allowing Farina to maintain her buff. Diluc has the highest plunge attack damage in the game. And Bennett can boost attack and pyro damage, which Diluc can do both of very well. Almost every team I've seen, Farina is on it. Most of the teams seem to have Farina on them. I still stand on the water? I can. Yay! I've unlocked the area now. Now that won't bother me anymore. I just know I'm fighting that stupid cat, though.
Don't get too close. Come back.
Orders given. Orders received. Rise.
Fire it up.
Dare to mess with me? Ears of the storm.
Here's backup. Cyclone. Yeah. Yeah. Get moving. Don't get too close. Bring it on. Yeah.
See, just follow.
Where's my attributes here? This is the crit rate one, right? Oh no, I'm running crit damage. I want to keep crit damage. I think I got the best I'm gonna get out of that, maybe. Nope. I'm glad you can pick a third one now. get attack and crit rate, but I lose the crit damage. Okay, no. I was just thinking, it feels like I'm weak, but like I'm looking at my stuff and it's like I actually have like really good equipment. I'm just looking at that should buff me a little bit.
My intuition.
Not using Yangfei anyways right now, so. But it's like the weapon I was using is his third best ranked weapon, and the weapon I am using now is his second best, so.
I got you covered. Check this out.
Go. Have fun with this gift.
Yeah. Stay low. Yeah. 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 I'm just prepping in case I do have to fight this guy. Because he's basically impossible to fight without Freeze and Pyro.
Here we are.
Don't get too close.
Have fun with this gift.
Check this out. Reverse.
Opening box of Adepti tricks. Guys.
Here's backup.
Here it is.
Dare to mess with me? Ha! Years of the storm. Life goes on.
Don't get too close.
Faster? Okay, faster.
I think he resists Animo, so
We'll see you.
Fire it up.
Dare to mess with me?
this is just the only team comp I had that
Check this out. Cyclone.
Faster?
Don't get too close. Supporting fire. Fracture.
Have fun with this gift.
the Animo resistance down.
Go.
Bring it on. Fire it up.
Too late for regret. Years of the storm.
Got him. I'll end the stream after I finish this world quest, but I'm happy I got it done on stream. Or on stream, off stream, it doesn't really matter. But I'm just happy I got this area uncovered now. Man, that kid came on a journey. But hey. I don't have all the waypoints, though. I'm still missing 2, which tells me maybe there's another world quest that's blocking some from underground or something. And it's completed. This is probably another world quest. That definitely looks like a world quest character. She's from Fontaine. All right. I'm not gonna close the game because I'm probably gonna keep playing a little bit afterwards, but yeah, that's all I really wanted to do on stream anyways. But yeah, that was a good stream. I really like the story. Again, there's a lot going into it. I like the reactions to her human form. I like even though it wasn't a surprise for us because we saw it at Lantern, right? Last year. I'm not, because so with some of these characters, like Cloud Retainer, for example, you end up with situations where the character's problem is shoehorned in on the spot, and this is kind of one of those, but I don't hate it. I actually really like it. And I also, it featured every character I wanted to see in it. Madame Ping was in it. Guan Yu, Shenhe, Zhongli, and Zhao. I'm really happy that they were all in it, like every single one of them. So, that, like, I couldn't have asked for better guest stars. Like, you know, like, unlike the Yoimiya one, like, I got so disappointed that, like, I love Nahida, don't get me wrong, one of my favorite characters, but the fact that she's the only guest that showed up in Yoimiya's story in Sumeru and didn't even meet Yoimiya. That's what upset me, is like, we have all these friends in Sumeru and not one of them could meet her. Right? Like, I don't know necessarily who, mind you, when all things considered, but I guess it would have been under the circumstance of various things, but I still think it would have been nice to have someone meet her. With that said, I'm going to call it here. Tomorrow is going to be a shorter stream for Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed. I'm going to try and see if I can start it at like noonish. Because I want to try and get in. It'll start no later than 1, but I can only stream up to about 5:36 because that's when my the family dinner I'm going to is with my uncles. So yeah, so I won't be able to do a completely long stream, but that's why I specifically saved Sonic for that day, because it's less time commitment. Like, a single race is going to take me no more than 5 minutes, depending on the race, but I don't know if I'll do it this stream, or maybe I'll do it in later streams or whatever, but I do know I need to go back and start trying to do 3 stars. I need to start 3-starring everything. I don't know if it changes it's been so long, I don't know if it changes the difficulty on races. I just know that on easy and normal, you can get 3rd. You're fine with getting up to 3rd to still win. I just know you need 1st place to get on the hard one, but I don't know if it actually changes like race behavior difficulty or anything like that. So we'll have to see. I might try and do a few. Maybe I won't do all of them, but I'll try and do a few each stream. And I'm gonna constantly from this point forward trying to go for those 3 stars. There are some I know in the past I could not get. I will try my hardest, but I'll admit there were a few I did have to cheat on. And basically the way I cheated was I used a cheat that granted me infinite item use, and all the ones I couldn't win, I was able to succeed on all the races. It was all the challenges, but all the challenges come with boosts. So when you have infinite boost, you just spam. If you just go with a top speed, top boost character with good handling, you could probably, you just get all the boost in the world. So, yeah, so I'm going to call it here. Tomorrow, Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed. With that said, my name is Daimien Kamiya. I am the Omni King. Be a friend, foe, or member of the Omni Council. I'm going to see you later. Goodbye, everyone.